In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides.
Monday, we start the budget. Tuesday.
Pinaot ko na yung konsyel mo na. Pinaot ko na. Pajama lang ako eh. Pajama lang ako. Yes, ha? Mahal ka na? Mahal ka na? Tamot lang katamot ka. Bago magpara, president siya.
The session is called to order. Please stand for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa pasisingil sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit ng paghaw. May nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na naglilingling. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walamig pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga ating at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for a minute of silent prayer. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader, is
Mr. Speaker, I move that we call the roll of members.
there any objection? Chair hears none. Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Rosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtam, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavi, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim Kaichong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinio, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Oaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Iadamari, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 237 members responded to the call.
With 237 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move for the deferment of the approval of the journal of the previous session.
is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and the resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as the communications and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill 9076, promoting business growth and recovery by reducing the cost of business compliance for micro, small, and medium enterprises, by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 9077, amending the Universal Health Care Act, by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill numbers 9078 to 9082, declaring certain municipalities in the province of Quirino as tourism development areas, by Representative Cua.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 9083, protecting rape victims against coerced marriage by removing pardon as a ground to extinguish criminal liability and adding coercion as a consequence of rape as a ground for annulment, by Representative Abalos.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 9085, requiring healthcare facilities to provide the price list of its healthcare services, including incidental expenses and medical supplies that can be charged in the medical bill, by Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 9086, granting benefits and incentives to accredited barangay nutrition scholars, by Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9087, establishing the Sentrong Pangkultura at Museo ng Lungsod ng Bacoor, a cultural center and heritage museum of the city of Bacoor in the province of Cavite, by Representatives Mercado Revilla, Revilla Brian, and Revilla Ramon Jolo.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 9088, instituting violence against PWDs as an aggravating circumstance, by Representative Teodoro.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 9089, increasing the validity of authorization of priests, ministers, or rabbis to solemnize marriages from 3 years to 5 years, by Representative Teodoro.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 9090, increasing the personnel economic relief allowance of government employees, by Representative Teodoro.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 9091, providing for the protection of the rights of airline passengers by Representative Teodoro.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 9092, granting all pensioners equal benefits and rights under the Expanded Senior Citizens Act of 2010 by Representative Ordanes.
To the Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 9093, amending RA number 10175, defining cybercrime by providing for prescription period for the offenses punishable by said law by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 9094, prohibiting usurious lending to farmers by Representative Duterte.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 9095, providing for scholarship to children and dependents of farmers and fisher folks by Representative Duterte.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 9096, amending the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009 to provide better services to Muslim Filipino pilgrims during Hajj by Representative Hataman.
To the Committee on Muslim Affairs.
Communications, letter dated July 3, 2023 of the Director, DOST Advanced Science and Technology Institute, submitting to the House of Representatives copies of certain reports as of June 2023.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated August 10, 2023 of the OPAPRU Secretary, Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, informing the House that the OPAPRU's financial report for the month of July 2023 was submitted to the Unified Reporting System and posted on their official website.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Various letters and reports submitted by local government chief executives and officials regarding their fund utilization and status of program, project implementation of the Local Government Support Fund, LGSF.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letters dated August 17, 18, 23, and 30, 2023 of the BSP Bank Officer 6, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letter dated August 24, 2023 of the NEDA OIC Undersecretary, Corporate Affairs Group, copy furnished the House, submitting to COA Director 3, Cluster 2 Oversight and Public Debt Management Agencies, a copy of their agency action plan and status of implementation on the COA's audit observations and recommendations for calendar year 2022 and prior year 2021.
To the Committee on Public Accounts. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the guests of Representative P.M. Vargas of the 5th District of Quezon City, the Philippine Para-Chess Team, namely the players FIDE Master Sander Severino, National Master Henry Roger Lopez, National Master Jasper Rom, National Master Felix Aguilera, National Master Dari Bernardo, National Master Arman Subaste, National Master Menandro Redor, National Master Israel Peligro, Chaser Crystal Mendoza, Cheryl Angot, Woman National Master Jean Lee Nasita, Woman National Master Fe Mangangayam, National Master Francis Ching, National Master Cecilio Bilog, National Master Rodolfo Sarmiento, Anthony Abogado, Maria Katrina Mangawang, Elena Peligro, Evangeline Gamao, Maria Teresa Bilog, Charmaine Tonic, Corazon Lucero. The coaching staff, National Master James Infesto, Head Coach, FIDE Master Roel Abelgas, Saul Severino, Woman International Master Kylen Joy Mordido, Carl Zirek Sato, Arnold Alanigi, Secretary General of the ACDP, and Vivina Alanigi. Medals won by the Philippine Para-Chess Team in 2023, First FIDE Chess Olympiad for People with Disabilities, January 29 to February 6 in Belgrade, Serbia, 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 bronze medals. For the 12th ASEAN Para Games from June 1 to 9, 2023 in Phnom Penh, Cambodia, 13 gold, 7 silver, and 15 bronze medals.
To the guest of Congressman PM Vargas, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to move that we acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Attorney Jervil Jinky Beatrix R. Luistro of the 2nd District of Batangas, visitors from the municipality of Bawan, Batangas, Aurelia M. Aguila, PSDS of Bawan East Sub-Office, school principals Allen M. Cusi, Aurelia A. Aguila, Edna C. Ilagan, Aldrin N. Hernandez, Baby Marites M. Abel, Jennifer Mamaradio, Rowena A. Azucena, Elenita M. De Guzman, Rosan R. Manalo, Edna A. Medrano, Rianita Pasigan, Andrea Hernandez, PSDS of Bawan West Sub-Office, school principals Dionisio Cruzat, Narcita M. Lau, Cesar Paglinawan, Brenda Bongaling, Rundolph R. Abanto, Dennis S. Salvanera, Roel G. Brocal, Jesse C. Abante, Eufrosina Belarmino, Lorilyn Ebreo, Leonila M. Castillo, Aldrin V. Gabo, Movita O. Cruzat, Jovita M. Landicho, Gabriel R. Rocco, Jocelyn Adario, and Erlene M. Martinez. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
To the guest of Honorable Attorney Jervil Luestro, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with leave of the House, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the lady from the 2nd District of Batangas, the Honorable Jervil Jinky Beatrix R. Luistro, be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Honorable Jervil Luestro is recognized. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished members of this honorable legislative body, esteemed guests and colleagues, today I rise to speak passionately about a bill that is close to my heart and I believe should resonate deeply with every member of this esteemed body. The Public School Teachers Rewards and Recognition Act is not just a piece of legislation. It represents an opportunity for us to make a profound difference in the lives of our dedicated public school teachers and, by extension, the future of our great nation. As lawmakers, we have a responsibility to ensure that the foundations of our society remain strong. Public school teachers are at the forefront of this effort, tirelessly dedicating themselves to nurturing the minds of our youth, molding them into informed, responsible, and compassionate citizens. Yet, often, their work goes unnoticed and undervalued. The proposed bill is a pledge, a promise, and a symbol of our commitment to rectify this oversight. It signifies our recognition of the extraordinary contributions of our teachers, our respect for their resilience in the face of daunting challenges, and our belief in their potential to effect positive change in our society. Within the framework of this legislation, we propose a multifaceted rewards, incentives, and recognition program, a comprehensive package designed to elevate the status of our teachers and provide them with the support they truly deserve. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me a moment to underscore the profound importance of National Teachers' Day in the Philippines, a momentous occasion that takes place every 5th of October. This annual observance holds deep significance as it serves as a poignant reminder of the immeasurable contributions that our esteemed educators bestow upon our society. It is a day that stands as a beacon of recognition, a day when we collectively unite to express our heartfelt gratitude and profound appreciation for the relentless dedication and unwavering commitment our teachers exhibit in molding the destiny of our beloved nation. National Teachers' Day is a pivotal juncture when we pause to acknowledge the crucial role of our teachers play in the fabric of our society. They are not mere purveyors of knowledge, but the architects of our nation's future. Each day, they labor tirelessly, equipping our youth with the tools they need to navigate the complexities of the modern world. They cultivate the fertile minds of our students, instilling in them the values of knowledge, responsibility, and empathy. On this special day, we stand together to celebrate not just the profession of teaching, but the embodiment of resilience and dedication that our teachers exemplify. Their efforts extend far beyond the classroom as they empower our students with the skills and wisdom to become responsible, compassionate, and engaged citizens. Our teachers are the silent heroes who mold the leaders, innovators, and thinkers of tomorrow. In the intricate tapestry of our nation's progress, teachers are the threads that weave together the dreams and aspirations of our youth. Their influence resonates far beyond the walls of the classroom, shaping the very essence of our society and contributing to the intellectual and moral growth of our nation. First and foremost, the annual Teacher of the Year Award is a beacon of excellence, shining a light on the educators who go above and beyond in their pursuit of educational excellence. By celebrating their achievements, we inspire others to follow in their footsteps and elevate the teaching profession. The Excellence in Education Award will empower our teachers to innovate and adapt to the ever-evolving needs of our students. This grants will provide opportunities for teachers to experiment with new teaching methods, foster creativity in the classroom, and ensure that our education system remains relevant and increasingly complex world. Moreover, the Master Teacher Certification recognizes that excellence should be rewarded with both prestige and financial benefits. It is imperative that we offer incentives for teachers to continue their professional growth and inspire others through their expertise. The Student Scholarships provision addresses the critical issue of teacher shortages by attracting the brightest minds to the teaching profession. It not only invests in our future educators, but also ensures that they commit to teaching in our public schools where their dedication is needed most. Lastly, the Community Engagement Awards highlights the role of teachers, not just in the classroom, but in shaping the fabric of our communities. These awards honor those who make a difference beyond their school walls. Ladies and gentlemen, the Public School Teachers Rewards and Recognition Act is a step towards a brighter future where our educators are valued, motivated, and equipped to provide the best possible education for our children. It is a reflection of our shared commitment to investing in our nation's most precious resource, and that is our youth. I implore each and every member of this House to stand with this representation in support of this vital bill. Let us come together, transcending party lines and political differences, to show our gratitude and appreciation for those who dedicate their lives to shaping the future of our great nation. Our public school teachers deserve nothing less, as our children deserve nothing but the best. Before I end, Mr. Speaker, let this representation recognize once more the unsung heroes of our nation, the Department of Education, Bawan West school principals, headed by Dr. Ria Hernandez, and Bawan East District school principals, headed by Dr. Au Abrenica, and finally, this representation likewise recognize the Honorable Member of the Sangguniang Bayan of Bawan, Batangas, the Honorable Trix Abrahan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Jinky Luistro to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The privileged speech of Honorable Luestro is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8937 as contained in Committee Report number 720 And for this purpose, may I ask that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 8937.
House Bill number 8937, an act enhancing the fiscal regime for the mining industry, amending for the purpose Section 34B and creating new sections 151-A, 151-B, 151-C, and 151-D, all under Republic Act number 8424, otherwise known as the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Ways and Means, the Honorable Micaela Angela Swansing of the 1st District of Nueva Ecija, be recognized.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Representative Micaela Swansing is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am ready to accept questions from our distinguished colleagues.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 2nd District of Surigao del Sur, the Honorable Johnny T. Pimentel, for his interpellation.
Honorable Pimentel is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, it is not an interpellation, but a manifest of support. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Your Honor, I would like to manifest my support for House Bill number 8937. I am the firm belief that it is high time that we rationalize the mining tax structure to provide for a more equitable revenue sharing between the mining industry and the government. The Philippines is very rich in mineral resources, and yet mining activities constitute only a small portion of the country's gross domestic product. In an effort to boost the mining industry's potential to the country's economic growth, we support the intention of the measure to impose royalty payments in mining operations, both in mineral reservations and outside mineral reservations. As we have heard, the measure proposes, among other things, the imposition of royalty payments of the following. 1. 3% on gross output of large-scale metallic mining operations within mineral reservations. 2. Graduated rates on the profit margin of large-scale metallic mining operations outside mineral reservations. And 3. 0.1% of gross output of small-scale metallic mining operations. I believe that the introduction of the new fiscal mining regime will promote inclusive growth. We also want to promote transparency and accountability as we seek to increase revenues for the government while fixing tax leakage in the mineral industry by imposing more stringent reportorial requirements. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reiterate my wholehearted support to the passage of House Bill number 8937. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Pimentel. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the next member who wishes to interpellate the sponsor is the gentleman from the 1st District of Zambales, the Honorable Jefferson F. Kong-Hoon. I move that we recognize him for his interpellation.
Representative Kong-Hoon is recognized. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I would like to respectfully manifest also my support for the passage of House Bill number 8937. The intention to rationalize the fiscal regime for the mining industry stems from the desire to maximize the potential of the mining industry to contribute to the growth of the country's economy. The 3% royalty share of the national government will encourage new investment in the mineral sector, thus spurring economic activities in rural areas. New jobs will be created, also consolidating the collection of various taxes provided by existing laws will ensure that the wealth generated from the country's minerals is made available by the national government to areas or sectors in the communities that needs the government's program. Again, Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleague, I express my support to the passage of House Bill number 8937. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my gratitude to the Honorable Johnny Pimentel and the Honorable Jay Kong-hoon for their manifestation of support for our measure. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the next member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor is the gentleman from the 1st District of Albay, the Honorable Edsel C. Lagman. I move that we recognize him for his interpellation.
The Honorable Lagman is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the distinguished sponsor yield to some clarificatory questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it would be my honor to receive questions from the Honorable Edsel Lagman.
Mr. Speaker, what is the essential distinction between a mineral reserve land and a non-mineral reserve land?
Mr. Speaker, mineral reservations are areas identified by our government as mineral rich, and they have identified as beneficial to explore. Therefore, the government has already they've already expended capital and investments towards exploration activities in those areas. Currently in the Philippines, there are 9 mineral reservations, and these are areas that are currently areas where the government is collecting royalties from those operating within those mineral reservations. That's the main distinction between areas within mineral reservations versus areas outside of mineral reservations that are also mineral rich but have not been identified by our government as areas to be explored and areas wherein our government has already expended capital towards exploration activities.
And what is the total area of mineral reserve lands? Mr. Speaker, the time consumed for the verification of the data should not be deducted from my 1 hour.
Yes, indeed.
The clock is moving.
Mr. Speaker, may I request for a few minutes suspension while I confer with the MGB on the specific data requested by the Honorable Edsel Lagman.
Okay, thank you. Session suspended. Session is resumed. Please proceed with your answer, sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, upon conferring with the MGB has data on the list of the mineral reservations currently operating in the country and the particular proclamations for each one. However, the MGB is unable to provide the number of hectares of total for all of the mineral reservations. However, if our distinguished interpolator would like, I may also identify all of the mineral reservations currently operating in the country.
Well, I think that is a basic data which the distinguished sponsoring committee should have. May we know whether the entire area declared as a mining reserve has been subject to exploitation by mineral operators, or that there are some areas still remaining to be explored?
Mr. Speaker, yes, in the different areas, within the mineral reservations, the mineral reserves have not been completely explored yet. So there are still areas within the different mineral reservations that may still be subject to exploration.
Now, can we get from the distinguished sponsor what is the balance of the reserve mineral lands not yet subjected to exploitation?
Mr. Speaker, may I clarify, is it in terms of the hectarage or the amount of minerals that can still be extracted?
No, the amount of hectarage. Palagay ko wala rin.
Of the MRs. Mr. Speaker, the MGB has just provided the total number of hectarage for the 9 mineral reservations operating in the country. They total 13,774 hectares. And we are still waiting for advice on... Mr. Speaker, may I request for a few minutes suspension while I confer with the MGB? I also understand the frustration of the Honorable Ed Silagman. This should be data that should already be available with the MGB. May I request, Mr. Speaker, for a few minutes suspension?
Session is suspended.
Mr. Speaker, in order to give the sponsoring committee time to prepare their data, and so that this representation can go back to the budget briefing being conducted now, may we request that this interpellation be continued tomorrow in the afternoon, and I would furnish the data I would like to get. One, the number of mining operators in the reserve mining area, whether they are domestic or foreign, and with respect to domestic, what is the equity of foreign investors? Number three, what is the total area which is earmarked for mining but not yet identified by the government to have mineral reserves? And who would identify the mineral ores in these particular non-reserved areas, among others? Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move that we reschedule this interpellation tomorrow.
Thank you, Representative Lagman. That is a motion. Distinguished sponsor, do you have any objections?
Move to suspend session, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, session is suspended. There was a motion by the distinguished interpolator prior to suspension. To the distinguished sponsor, would you have any objections?
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman, or distinguished interpolator, has very graciously permitted to continue with the interpolation. We have the data, as stated, pending to be submitted to the office of the Honorable Edsel Lagman. So we'll provide those data to him, and then we'll proceed with the rest of the questions for the interpolation.
Okay.
Okay, is that okay?
I confirm that, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Now, my next question is, what is the essential commonality between a mineral reserve land and a non-reserve land?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, essentially, the commonality is both areas are mineral rich. So the available commodities in both available minerals in both mineral reservations and outside of mineral reservations are essentially the same.
Okay. And another commonality is that the mineral ore in the reserve area as well as in the non-reserve area are all properties or assets of the state.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Now, can we find
All 12 are domestically owned.
domestically owned? Okay. That's a candid answer. And of these 12 domestic corporations, how many of these enterprises have foreign equity?
Mr. Speaker, all 12 of the companies operating within mineral reservations are publicly listed companies. Therefore, there is some stake that is foreign-owned. However, the stake of foreign equities, the entities, does not exceed 40%.
Okay. Now, can we get
Mr.
a
Speaker,
specification
all 12 of the companies
per
operating within mineral
12
reservations
mining
are publicly
domestic
listed
corporations?
companies.
How
Therefore,
much
there is some
equity
stake that is
infused?
foreign-owned. However,
Foreign
the stake
equity is
of foreign
infused
equities,
in
the
each of
entities
these
does not
domestic
exceed 40%.
mining corporations. Now, can we get
Mr.
a
Speaker,
specification
all 12 of the companies
per
operating within mineral
12
reservations
mining
are publicly.
domestic?
Mr. Speaker, at the moment, we have the 12 corporations: Philex, Carmen, Oceana Gold, Benguet Corporation, Itogon Suyok Resources, Lepanto Construction Mining Co., FCF Minerals, Filminera, TVI Resources, Apex Mining Co., Greenstone Resources, and Philsaga Mining Corp. Right now, we do not have the data with regard to the specific equity within each of these companies owned by foreign equities as they are listed in the publicly listed. So we will get back to the Honorable Edsel Lagman as we will check with the PSE in terms of the equity for these specific companies,
And,
foreign equity.
That submission will be by tomorrow?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will get that information by tomorrow.
Now, who determines the existence of exploitable ores in reserve mining lands.
Mr. Speaker, the individual companies are the ones that identify the mineral potential for each of the different areas, and they apply subsequently for an exploration permit to be able to explore those areas for minerals.
So, is there no assistance, cooperation on this identification from the government?
Mr. Speaker, the risk entirely rests with the private entity. There is no assistance from the government to be able to identify those areas. I believe they identify it based on areas that are commonly known to be mineral rich, and that's the area that they identify for exploration.
And in order to identify these areas where mining ores are located, is there need for a license to the prospective enterprise determining the existence of these mining ores in the non-reserved areas?
Mr. Speaker, there is no requirement prior to obtaining an exploration permit. That is the first permit that is applied for by a company when they want to undertake exploration activities.
So a mining prospector can go anywhere in the Philippines to determine whether there are mining possibilities, and there is no government regulation.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, the MGB has a list of areas that is considered as open for mining, and the companies can only apply for exploration permits to explore those areas. For example, unprotected areas are not allowed and not open for mining, so those are not permissible if you apply for an exploration permit with the MGB.
Outside of those already declared as mining reserves, does the government involve itself in identifying ore deposits in the non-reserved areas?
Mr. Speaker, for non-reserved areas, the government does not involve itself with identifying minerals or ores.
Okay. Now, traditionally, the royalty tax for those developers in the mining reserve areas is based on gross production. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
It is based on gross production because the royalty based on gross production would be more efficient and easier to implement. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is easy to implement royalty against gross output.
Why is there a proposal to base the royalty tax on net profit for mining extractors in non-mineral areas?
Mr. Speaker, we base it off the royalty imposed on other countries and how they impose royalty on their mining operators. So we have different countries such as
Why does the chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means not directly answer my questions instead of coaching this distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, comparing it across countries, there are different countries that have employed the same royalty or the same regime in imposing royalties on their mining operators. There's Peru, Chile, South Africa, and Australia, who all follow a margin-based royalty. However, apart from that, from a technical standpoint, it is better for us to employ a margin-based royalty on income for those operating outside of mineral reservations because there is uncertainty with regards to the amount of minerals available in the area. Therefore, they take on a bigger level of risk if they choose to explore outside of mineral reservations. This distinguishes them from those who choose to operate within mineral reservations, as the government has already undertaken exploration activities. And if they choose to explore within mineral reservations, it's almost like it's a certainty that they will be able to get minerals from that area. And that's the reason why a higher royalty is imposed on mining operators who operate within mineral reservations, as opposed to our proposal for those operating outside mineral reservations for whom a margin-based royalty on income will be imposed.
In other words, are we trying to put at par our level of taxation as well as the basis of royalty with respect to other mining countries?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is correct. One of the thrusts as well of this proposal is to make us competitive with other peer countries.
But the objective is put our mining taxation at the level of other countries, not less than the other countries.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, comparable to other countries, not less, but at par with other comparative countries.
But no investor will engage in the extraction of minerals if it has not prospected the existence of viable deposit of mineral ores in a particular place supposed to be exploited by it, is it not?
Mr. Speaker, mining operators who choose to explore areas with a certain level of risk. They take on the risk that there may be no available minerals in that area, or that the grade of the ore will not be of high grade. So when they do exploration activities, they do take on a certain level of risk.
Well, any mining operation is exposed to risk, even those exploring in the mining reserve areas, is it not?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker. As they approach the life of mine for the area that they're currently operating in, they do take on a certain level of risk for exploring other areas within that vicinity or within a mining tenement.
Presently, we only collect royalties based on gross production on those exploiting mines in the reserve areas. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
And we are not imposing any tax at all with respect to royalty tax, whether based on gross or on gross profit, on mining operations conducted in non-reserve areas.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker. Specifically, royalties. We do not currently collect royalties for those operating outside of mineral reservations and small-scale mining. However, we do collect the other taxes, such as income taxes, excise taxes, and other fees.
I am not concerned about the other taxes. I'm just concerned on royalty. How much is the government losing in not collecting royalty on those extracting mines or minerals in non-mineral reserve areas?
Mr. Speaker, we can make an estimate on how much they're losing based on our estimates for the incremental revenue once we impose this particular regime. So we can make an estimate based on our proposal of the margin-based royalty. So for those operating outside of mineral reservations, we can estimate that we're losing 1.9 billion pesos every year. Because we're not imposing any royalties on them. And for small-scale mining operators, we are losing 21.6 million in royalties as we are not currently
Million
collecting
only,
anything from
million.
them. Million.
Now, my question is, what is the estimated loss in revenues for not imposing a royalty tax on mining exploration conducted in non-mineral reserve areas? Because we have been not collecting any royalty tax, most probably since time immemorial.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker. We can estimate that to be 1.9 billion pesos of loss every year.
The 1.9 billion is the cumulated incremental tax. If we impose taxes both on the mineral reserve explorations as well as the non-reserve exploration. That is the figure, 1.9. It's a small figure.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I understand the confusion in the numbers. It's both 1.9. So the individual estimated incremental revenue from getting royalties outside of mineral reservations is 1.91 billion, and that is different from the total incremental net revenue that we expect from this measure, which is also similarly at 1.93 billion.
My question is, if we could estimate the prospective incremental revenue, it stands to reason we could also estimate the loss we are having because we do not collect royalty tax on those exploring mining for ore in non-reserve mineral areas. Is that a difficult question to answer?
Mr. Speaker, we can only estimate our losses year on year based on what we estimate to collect if we impose royalties on them. Right now, given the current regime wherein they currently do not pay royalties, the best way for us to be able to estimate the loss to the government or the loss in the share of the national government that could potentially be obtained from these operators operating outside of mineral reservations is our estimate for the projected revenue from imposing the royalties.
Well, are we losing revenue for not collecting on the exploitation by companies in non-reserve mineral areas?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are losing revenues that could otherwise be a contribution to the national government by mining operators operating outside of mineral reservations.
My question then is, how much is the estimated loss of revenues because we are not collecting royalty taxes on those operating in non-mineral reserve areas?
Mr. Speaker, our best estimate is the same figure that I shared a while ago, which is the 1.9 billion pesos, which we expect to gain from now collecting royalties from those operating outside of mineral reservations under the new proposed regime.
So in other words, that 1.9 is the increase in revenues once we collect from those operating in non-reserve mineral areas.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker. Specifically for those operating outside of mineral reservations, that would be 1.91 billion.
And one of the objectives of the bill is to increase revenue collection. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Why then are the sponsors lowering the 5% royalty tax based on gross to only 3%?
Mr. Speaker, one of the thrusts in lowering the royalties for those operating within mineral reservations is to encourage investments into mineral reservations. Currently, only nickel operators are operating within mineral reservations given their lower operating cost. Gold and copper operators choose to operate outside of mineral reservations given that their operating costs are higher and they are unable to currently afford the royalty imposed within mineral reservations. So one of the thrusts is to encourage more investments into the mineral reservations. That is the main reason behind lowering it from 5 to 3%.
Then for that venture of lowering the tax from 5% to 3% of gross production, how much is the expected revenue loss?
Mr. Speaker, we estimate that we will lose 990 million pesos from lowering it from 5 to 3% for each year.
On what is that estimate based?
That is based, Mr. Speaker, on the current on the current level of royalties. Current level of royalties collected by the government from those operated within mineral reservations.
What was the royalty collection by the government in 2022 based on the 5% gross?
Mr. Speaker, for the year 2022, the government collected 2.47 billion pesos in royalties from those operating within mineral reservations.
And that is the 5% on gross.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in the current rate of 5%.
If we reduce that by 2%, how much would be the loss in revenue? Would you make the proper computation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we estimate to lose 990 million pesos out of the 2.47 billion collected by the government in royalties.
If the common denominator is the presence of exploitable minerals, both in reserved and non-reserved mineral lands, why is it proposed to have a different basis for the royalty tax between the reserved and the non-reserved operations?
Mr. Speaker, the main distinction between mineral reservations and outside of mineral reservations is the exploration work already undertaken by the government in mineral reservations. Those operating within mineral reservations are expected to pay a premium or a higher royalty as they already have that certainty that they will be able to get minerals and ores from that area. The royalty that will be collected from those operating outside of mineral reservations is proposed to be lower given that they still take on that level of risk because they have to undertake exploration activities themselves.
Well, I don't believe it would be a proper differential because what is the commonality is that they are exploring and exploiting mineral reserves, whether in the mineral reserve areas or the non-mineral reserve areas, which are assets or properties of the government. Now, if one of the purposes of this bill is to encourage foreign investors in our mining areas, how will this bill achieve this objective?
Mr. Speaker, one of the main benefits in now having a fiscal regime for the mining industry, or an enhanced fiscal regime for the mining industry, is that it would now eliminate the uncertainty that's currently preventing investors from going into the Philippines. There was a moratorium imposed on new permits in 2010, a ban on open pit mining in the decade following that, and that's a reason why a lot of the companies are not investing in the Philippines. Now that that investors have an idea of what the proposed fiscal regime would be for the mining industry, I have been given permission by the Chamber of Mines to disclose that there are now several projects that have been in the pipeline for over a decade that would now be willing to go ahead in the Philippines if this new fiscal regime is put in place.
In other words, it is the fiscal regime favorable to foreign investors, which will encourage them to come in. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, it's not per se favorable to foreign investors, but rather now they now see that we are competitive with the rates of other peer countries, and that there is now certainty. It's now institutionalized and codified as to the fiscal regime, as to how the fiscal regime would look. Because right now, the impositions are mostly based on department orders by DNR and different agencies. So there is still an air of uncertainty as to what fiscal regime would be institutionalized.
If you were given the privilege to disclose that there are foreign investors coming in, can the honorable sponsor disclose to this body who are these possible investors?
Mr. Speaker, the three big projects coming in are actually not foreign investments, but rather investments that domestic companies are now willing to undertake. So the same perception that we are now of lower risk given a definitive fiscal regime is not only shared within the foreign investment community, but within domestic investors as well. I have also been given permission to disclose the three projects that will go ahead. Tampakan Copper Project, King Copper Gold Project, and the Silangan Copper and Gold Project.
Okay. Now, to attract foreign investors, as well as domestic investors in our mining areas, it is important that the Philippines has sufficient ore deposits in order for the prospective investors to have a viable operation and attractive return of investment. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Now, let us go to the reserves of the Philippines. The most exploited and traded minerals are gold and copper. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, may I request our honorable distinguished interpellator to please repeat the terminology?
The most exploited and traded minerals are gold and copper. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker. In terms of quantity, yes, it is gold and
Okay.
copper.
Now, how does the Philippines rank in the world with respect to copper deposits?
Mr. Speaker, we do not have the comparative data on how we compare with other countries. We will look into it. We have requested the MGB to look into that data, and we'll share it with the Honorable Lagman. However, I could share the current available resources that we have for gold and copper. For gold, we have 8.9 billion metric tons, and for copper, we have 12.4 billion metric tons.
If the purpose of the bill is to encourage foreign investments, then considering the answer of the distinguished sponsor that the existence of mineral ores would be an indicator of the viability of a mining investment, then it is very important to find out how we rank in copper and gold explorations in the country. I think the sponsoring committee should be prepared with this data because it is very relevant to the purpose of the bill. If the data is not available, I reiterate my motion to suspend this interpellation till tomorrow when the data are available for our scrutiny, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I could provide information. In terms of quantity, we are very much competitive with other countries. Out of the total resources that we have for these minerals, we have only extracted about 2 to 3%. So in terms of quantity, most definitely, we are competitive against other countries.
The data from the World Economic Forum, the Philippines does not even rank among the first 13 countries in the world with respect to copper. It is lumped together under other countries. So how do we expect to compete when our reserves are much, much lower than in other countries?
Mr. Speaker, I believe the data cited by the Honorable Lagman is in terms of the production. Given that the production in the Philippines...
It's based on the mineral reserves, not the production. I would like to ask the distinguished sponsor to look at the report of the World Economic Forum. If she has not done so, then most probably by tomorrow she would have read this report. Now, with respect to gold, how do we figure in the world rankings?
Mr. Speaker, similarly, as advised by the Honorable Lagman, I will take a look at that report by the World Economic Forum and similarly look at it for gold.
The World Gold Council ranks the Philippines the 26th in the world in the volume of deposit of gold. So I would expect that the distinguished lady would be able to access this World Gold Council report together with the Mines Bureau. Now,
Speaker,
I would reiterate, because my subsequent questions would rest on this data, Mr. Speaker, that we suspend this interpellation until tomorrow when the pertinent data would be available.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session
I have
for a few
accommodated
minutes.
already the distinguished lady to ask further questions, but my other questions will be based on the data.
Thank you very much, distinguished interpellator. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Okay, session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8937.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I hope that when we resume interpellation tomorrow, I think it will be first in the agenda that the documents and data I requested would already be available before the start of the interpellation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Lagman.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I commit to our distinguished interpellator, the Honorable Edsel Lagman, that we will make the documents available to him before we start with the interpellations.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, we'd like to acknowledge the guest of the Honorable Arlene D. Brosas of the Gabriela Women's Party List. They are Orly Maranan, Samahan ng mga mangingisda sa San Antonio Oriental, Mindoro; Georgie Atienza, Samahan ng mga mangingisda sa Santa Cruz Oriental, Mindoro; Ari Soledad, Pambansang Lakas ng Kilusang Mamalakaya ng Pilipinas or Pamalakaya; and Merwin Jacob Alinea, Southern Tagalog, Serve the People Corps. Mr. Speaker.
To the guest of Representative Arlene Brosas, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Also, Mr. Speaker, we'd like to acknowledge the guest of the Honorable Edsel Lagman. They are Honorable Crisel Lagman, City Mayor; Honorable Salvacion Balingbing, Councilor; and the Barangay Captains, Honorable Leticia Saba, Honorable Lily Romero, Honorable Cecil Samudio, Honorable Andrea Brizuela, Honorable Teresa Loyola, Honorable Felicitas Bongon, Honorable Mesilia Harabe, Honorable Corazon Borromeo, Honorable Emelda Bonga, Honorable Nelia Buara, Honorable Maylin Matalubos, Honorable Sharon Dacuya, Honorable Amalia Borlagdan, and the local government of Tabaco City staff, Ms. Jennifer Baromeo, Mr. Cesar Bariso, Mr. Rubin Bragais, Mr. Addison Bernedo, Mr. Antonio Sestina, and Ms. Alma Villar. Again, they are the guests of Honorable Edsel Lagman, Mr. Speaker.
To the guest of the distinguished gentleman, Representative Edsel Lagman, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8969 as contained in Committee Report number 728. And for this purpose, may I ask that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 8969.
House Bill 8969, an act creating a sustainable fiscal framework for the pension system of the military and uniformed personnel, providing mechanisms for the disposition of government assets for the purpose and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that the Honorable Joey Salceda of the the 2nd District of Albay be recognized.
Honorable Joey Salceda is recognized. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the lady from ACT Teachers Party List, the Honorable Franz L. Castro, for her interpellation.
Honorable Franz Castro is also recognized. Please proceed with your interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So would the distinguished sponsor yield to some of my questions?
All your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 3 of the bill, so who are the on the definition of terms, military and uniformed personnel. Kasi meron po dito yung Hydrography Branch of the National Mapping and Resource Information Authority who were transferred from the Bureau of Coast and Geodetic Survey. So, sino-sino po ba itong mga to? Ito po ba yung NAMRA?
NAMRIA po.
NAMRIA. So, ito po ba yung NAMRIA under the DENR?
Yes, correct.
Or the attached agency?
One of the attached agencies.
Okay, one of the attached agency. Pero it says here, they were transferred from the Bureau of Coast and Geodetic Survey. Saan po yun?
That's correct. Because before they were under the Navy, and when they were transferred to the DNR, their position class as uniformed personnel was not amended, Your Honor. So they are part of the MUP.
So they are considered as MUP.
That's correct.
Okay. So this bill, Sir Speaker, the subject of the bill is about retirement of
Pensions.
the military and retirement and pension
Correct.
of military and uniformed personnel.
That's correct.
But if you can see on Section 9, nakalagay po dito, no, capped automatic indexation. But in the provided or on the provided side, sabi dito, provided that for the first 10 years from the effectivity of this act, there shall be a guaranteed annual adjustment in the base pay of active military and uniformed personnel of 3%. So, bakit po may tingin ko po ay rider dito sa panukalang batas po natin on retirement and pension? Kasi iba kasing subject yung salary. So, bakit nilagay nyo, ni-ride ninyo sa batas, sa panukalang batas,
Kasi
na
po,
after 10 years ay magkakaroon ng salary increase? Di ba, batas yan, Mr. Chair?
Sabay-sabay po.
Mr. Speaker.
Kasi pag nag-increase ka ng salary, increase din yung index. So, in order to essentially slow down the growth in the pension, you need to cap the salary or guarantee. In this sense, we use the word guaranteed salary increase of 3%, which automatically means under 100% indexation, 3% increase in the pension.
Well, I think that violates our rule on the one subject, one bill.
Unfortunately, Your Honor, the law creating the indexation is the one that we're amending. In other words, Your Honor, their pension is based on their salary. So you cannot cap the pension if you don't guarantee or cap the salary growth.
Okay, but
So in other words, there is a prior law which says that the pension is based on a similarly situated personnel with the same salary.
But Mr. Speaker, this is a new. I think I can see this is a new bill, di ba? Hindi naman ito amendments doon sa sinasabi niyo.
Yes.
Law on indexation.
Correct, Your Honor, but that's the only way to correct it.
So pwede na rin palang gamitin 'yan sa mga civilian sa civilian employees, yung mga ganitong mga rider. So kung sinabi natin doon sa GSIS,
If it is in the collective wisdom of Congress, Your Honor,
kaya nga,
as well as, of course, if it is, Your Honor, based on the economic conditions of this country, that the non-MUP personnel of the government should be indexed, then probably, Your Honor, then I think it's properly within the plenary and supremacy of Congress in legislation to do so.
well, ito ay parang meron tayong parang hindi tumutugma ito, Mr. Speaker, doon sa ating I think fairness. Kasi kung magagawa natin ito sa mga MUP, dapat gawin din natin ito doon sa mga civilian employees natin na they are serving our country. They are also serving our people, di po ba? Katulad ng mga MUP. Kasi kung magra-ride tayo ng ganito sa isang batas na for pension and retirement, tapos after 10 years, magkakaroon automatic na 3% na salary increase ang mga MUP. So that would be unfair, di ba, dun sa mga civilian employees natin.
It is an act of Congress, Your Honor, that dictated. And therefore, in fact, Your Honor, this is a sacrifice on the part of the military that they will be now capped at only 3%, when in fact, over the past so many years, since 1989, there were salaries and therefore their pensions were rising by 12%.
So it is an act of the Congress.
Correct.
So sana no na ganun din yung gawin natin sa civilian employees natin. So tingin kasi natin ay hindi ito it is unfair really. So anyway, we'll
Your
go.
Honor, if only by way of an argument.
Yeah, but I disagree with this provision.
Correct, Your Honor, but the Constitution is very clear on this. Article 2, Section 4, the prime duty of government is to serve and protect the people. The government may call upon the people to defend the state, and in fulfillment thereof, all citizens may be required under conditions provided by law to render personal, military, or civil service. Number 2, Article 16, Section 5, number 3, professionalism in the armed forces and adequate remuneration and benefits of its members shall be a prime concern of the state. The armed forces shall be insulated from partisan politics. Article 16, Section 7, the state shall provide immediate and adequate care, benefits, and other forms of assistance to war veterans and veterans of military campaigns, their surviving spouses, and funds shall be provided therefore, and due consideration shall be given in disposition of agriculture. So Article 17, in short, Your Honor, this law, in fact, flows from a very strong constitutional basis. So if we find the same constitutional basis, Your Honor, for all the other members of our government, then I think, so members of Congress are not assured of the same and very distinctive and very, almost with due care of our Constitutional Commission,
Well,
the armed forces should be taken care of by the state because they are the protector of the people.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I beg to disagree, no. Alam natin, hindi lang yung MUP no, yung nagsiserve sa ating bansa, no. Pati yung mga government employees din na nagde-devote din yung kanilang buong time. In fact, kapag meron ngang halimbawa magkaroon ng untoward incident or magkaroon halimbawa ng war, it is our citizen pa rin, not only the MUP will defend our
Correct.
country. Di ba?
Correct.
Yes, kaya tingin natin ay this is giving undue favor no for a sector na at the expense of the majority of our civilian employees, Mr. Chair.
Correct.
Okay, next, Sir Chair, on the same section, on Section 9,
Yes, ma'am.
just to clarify, so, and I will read, no, the President of the Philippines is hereby authorized, upon the recommendation of the Military and Uniformed Personnel Trust Fund Committee and subject to consultation with the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives to adjust the pension and survivorship pension at a rate lower than the adjust prescribed herein due to adverse fiscal or economic conditions as certified by the DBCC. So gusto ko lang i-clarify, Mr. Speaker, pwedeng pag ganito po ang nangyari, pwedeng bumaba.
Yes.
At any time ang
Yes.
kanilang pension or
Correct.
retirement.
Correct.
Or pwedeng bumaba din yung yung indexation. Pwede rin naman taasan, di ba? So yun bang ibig sabihin ng proviso na ito, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, it's more of
Mr. Speaker?
it's both a guarantee and a cap. In other words, it's 3%, Your Honor. It can be lower than 3 if there are fiscal crises.
But it will not increase to 3. So that is
Not
the
more than 3.
ceiling.
Because it is a social compact between our people, represented by Congress, and the military, that because of the risk posed by the fact that the actuarial reserve deficiency, using historical, if you use the 12% increase in their salaries over the past since 1989, then you will have a 14 trillion actuarial reserve deficiency. That's almost 70% of our GDP. If you use the average of 6%, 6.8%, which is the actual since 1990, since year 2000, then you would have a 9.7 trillion in actuarial reserve deficiency. It's still quite large. But if you use a 5% increase in annual as the assumption, then it will fall to 5.5 trillion. Your Honor, what we're presenting to this Congress is that we're reducing the actuarial reserve deficiency and the risk it poses to our credit ratings and our ability to source financing as well as our interest rates by lowering the actuarial reserve deficiency to only 3.4 trillion. That is the net bottom line of this proposal, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, kada taon kumakain ng malaking bahagi ng ating national budget ang MUP pension requirements. Noong 2013, 10 years ago, 36 billion ito kada taon.
Correct.
Ngayon po ay 130 billion na ito, or
132 billion, that's correct.
130 billion, more or less.
Yes.
More than 130 billion.
Correct.
Halos 4 times ang paglobo.
Opo.
So kung, again po, kung maisasakatuparan po ito, so ano na po yung magiging projected na, kasi magiging di ba, kung alba, yung mamaya sa trust fund, pag-uusapan natin.
Opo.
Ano na po yung magiging projected na matitipid so that magamit natin to sa ibang mga bagay, itong matitipid natin from this bill po. So magkano po yun?
Yung
On the
assumption
first
po.
year, second year, third year, o hanggang 10th year, meron po bang pag-aaral doon?
Meron po. Kasi hindi lang ho naman kung year by year po, sabihin na natin, imbis na 12%, which is 14 billion, magiging 1.3 billion na lang po ang increase ng pension next year. If we approve it before the end of this year.
So ang ibig sabihin ba nito, Mr. Speaker, yung 130 billion,
No, 3
magiging
billion,
ano
I'm
na
sorry,
yan?
3.8 billion, sorry.
Magiging
Not
ano na
1.8.
yan? Kasi sa kasalukuyan po, we are on 130 billion po na kinukuha
Correct.
dun sa ating national budget.
Nasa
So, assuming na mapasa po ito, so ano na po itong magiging gastos natin?
So magiging,
Paano po bababa yung 130 billion?
so imbis na 150 po, magiging 140 lang. 40, 10 billion po matitipid in 2024.
10 billion
Correct po.
savings.
Pero dahil ang mga sundalo naman po o ang ating po mga personnel generally serves more than 30 years. If you take the sum or the net present value, ang matitipid mo po imbis na po na 14 trillion ang madadagdag po sa kailangan utangin ng gobyerno, ang uutangin na lang po ay magiging 3.4 trillion. So ang natipid po natin ay 9 trillion po.
So, ayan ay kung pag-uusapan lang natin yung pension, Doon
Opo.
sa matitipid
Eh
na.
di, maraming salamat po sa nabanggit nyo. Kasi makakatipid din po tayo sa salaries nila. Kasi
So,
kung
ang
yung
sinasabi
salary
kasi
nila
ng,
ay gagamitin natin yung 12%, ang total salaries nila dapat ay
Okay, ang sinasabi po kasi ng DBM dito, MUP reform will free up to 230 billion annually. Tama po ba ito, no? Yung sinasabi ng DBM.
I want to, can you give me just 10 seconds? Mr. Speaker, 10 seconds suspension.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
So, Your Honor,
10 seconds.
instead na 24 billion additional tayo next year, magiging 8 billion na lang. So, hindi lang sa pension tayo makakatipid din po tayo sa salary. Gawa nga po ito ng isang batas na pinatupad po natin kung saan po naka-index ang pension sa salary po ng kanilang comparable personnel.
Okay. Isa lang sa nakita kong positive dito, Mr. Speaker,
Ay, salamat. Nakakita ka ng positive sa akin.
ay yung magkakaroon na ng contribution
Opo.
ang mga MUP. Yung mga bagong pasok na MUP ay magkakaroon na ng 9%,
Opo.
personal share and 12% sa government share.
Opo.
Na pantay lang sila
Opo.
ng ating mga civilian employees. Pero isang major na dahilan po kung bakit tayo nagkakaroon ng napakalaking binabudget sa MUP pension and retirement ay dahil dito sa indexation.
Correct.
Okay? So ano bang ibig sabihin ng indexation, Mr. Speaker, para maintindihan po ng ating taong bayan?
Kung sa
So, magkakaroon nga ng contribution, pero indexation pa rin ang gagamitin natin.
Pero at least sa ngayon po, for the next 10 years, both the salary and therefore the pensions are capped at only 3% growth.
So, ang ibig sabihin, pag sinabi nating indexation, para malinaw, kasi po kung ikukumpara natin, Mr. Speaker, doon sa mga civilian employees, yung kanilang retirement and pension benefit is computed on the average monthly compensation for the last 36 months. Okay? Times, meron pong formula dyan ang GSIS, na kapag 15 years ka na, on a maximum of 35 years, parang more or less 90% ng iyong salary, average monthly compensation for the last 3 years, ang more or less ganun yung magiging pensyon ng isang civilian employee. Pero as compared to the military and uniformed personnel, kung ano yung kanilang present na pay, basic pay, plus yung longevity, ay yun ang magiging pension nila. Tama po ba?
Tama po. Ito ay isang,
So,
isang risk po na ating pong tinahak o pinili ng mga nakaraang kongreso. Dahil nga po may isang, although ayaw ko sana magkaroon ng distinction between public service of the military or public service of a civil servant, especially my mother was, both my parents were teachers, public school teachers. But nonetheless, Your Honor, as I've said, there are 3 major constitutional bases for why there is this particular, okay, let's call it what it is, a special consideration for the military. And I think it is...
Sinabi niyo na po yung constitutional basis dyan. So sinasabi ko lang po, kapag halimbawa, eto pa, meron pa, mamaya pa.
Di, okay lang.
Halimbawa po, isang civilian na nakapag 35 years na in service,
Opo.
ang average, ang computation ng kanyang pension and retirement ay yung average pa nung the last 3 years. Kung ikukumpara natin sa MUP, dahil indexation siya, yung present salary niya plus indexation.
Opo.
Kung ipoproportionate natin yan, 3 beses na mas malaki ang pension, halimbawa, ng isang pangkaraniwang empleyado as regards to as compared with the MUP, with the same, halimbawa, the same yung salary grade or rank. So, ganun po kalaki. So, ang ibig sabihin nun, malaki pa rin ang gugugulin natin mula sa GAA dahil dito. Kasi magsisimula ka pa lang naman na magkakaroon ng contribution kapag merong bagong pasok. At tapos indexation din siya.
Opo.
So, ibig sabihin, malaki po yung pupunan pa rin natin taon-taon
Pero
doon sa retirement ng ating mga MUP. So, siguro, sasabihin niyo na naman, Mr. Speaker, dahil meron niyang constitutional, na mga dahilan ng ganito. So, ganun ko lang po kino-compare. So, para po maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan, kung gaano kalaki ang pensyon ng ating mga MUP and retirees for so long a time na hindi nagko-contribute. At ngayon, mayroong ganitong reform, and yet, hindi pa rin in-release yung indexation at napeg pa rin siya sa ganon. Plus, may longevity pa. So, bigyan nyo nga po ako ng example ng isang MUP para ma-compare ko yan halimbawa sa Teacher 1 kung magkano yung magiging retirement.
Retirement.
O yung longevity po ba katulad po ba yan ng ng civilian employees na magkano po ba yung longevity pay ng ating MUP?
10% every 5 years?
10% of the basic?
BP, yes, base pay.
Okay, 10% of the basic salary. So, nakita ko dito sa computation natin dito, sabi niyo, basic salary plus 10% of the salary. So, yun yung computation ng pension.
Tama po.
Halimbawa po, ang isang let's say PO1, magkano po kaya ang kaniyang magiging pension and retirement benefit?
Pulis pa ang pinili mo, ha?
PO1 or private?
Pa dito ang PO1. Patrolman ba yan? Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, I may ask for 1 minute suspension.
Session suspended.
So, thank you.
Session is resumed.
Sa lower ranks po, alos magkalapit lang po dahil ang Teacher 1 po ay 24,000 ang pension, pero ang PO1 ay 26,000. Sa ngayon,
Considering the indexation?
yun na nga, kasi sa ngayon. So,
Yeah.
despite all the indexation, Your Honor, because the salaries of the teachers have always been increasing by more than the inflation rate. Your salaries have been growing by 6% since 1987, Your Honor. Especially during the time of Ramos, where it
Kapag
escalated.
tumataas naman ang sweldo ng mga teachers, tumataas din po yung sweldo ng ating mga other government employees. Due
That's
to
right. I'm talking
SSL.
about the entire civil service, Your Honor.
Yes, due to SSL. So, sa computation ko po, kung tama ako, yung pension ng civilian personnel was only 5.11% of the MUP pension in 2019, 5.94% in 2020, 4.49%
That's the growth, Your Honor.
4.66% in 2022, kasi hindi naman tumataas, 5.83% in 2023. So, ang ibig sabihin nito, Mr. Speaker, sa kada 5 piso na binabayad ng senior na nagre-retire from civil service, 95 pesos ang binabayad sa retiradong may ranggo. Okay? So, yun po, yung kung ikukumpara po natin,
I think, Your Honor, I have to question the basis for the calculation.
Yeah.
But I would certainly consider, comparing notes with Your Honor with respect to that, because it is too extraordinarily egregious that the pension of teachers is only 5% compared to a soldier.
Pension of a civilian personnel,
Correct.
not necessarily a teacher po. Okay? So, sinasabi lang natin dito na 7.5 billion na pension fund for civilian retirees for 2023 GAA ay pinaghahati-hatian ng mas maraming pensioner at di hamak naman na mas marami ang GSIS pensioners kaysa sa mga MUP pensioners. Okay? So, yun po, no, yung comparison natin dyan. Kasi po ang isang halimbawa po ang isang retiree na MUP. So sinasabi dito sa computation, kapag naka 20 years na siya, pwede na siyang mag-optional retirement. Pero meron pa siyang compulsory retirement na 57 years old.
Opo.
So halimbawa, ako yung MUP at 21 years old. So plus 20, gusto ko nang mag-retire, 41 years old ako. So yung pension ko ay ganito yung computation, indexation pa rin.
Tama
So,
po.
Tama, no?
Kasi based po naman po sa experience, well, sa pangkaraniwan pong experience, pag pinalampas mo naman po dyan, hindi na ho nakakatakbo yung sundalo kung pararating mo pa ng 65.
Kasi 57.
In no certain, no, I'm just
57 po
explaining
yung-
why there is a 20 and there's a 57, Your Honor.
Okay.
Beyond 57, like a typical civil servant can serve up to 65. But at 57, Your Honor, based on some international comparisons, like in Singapore, it's 45, Your Honor. Beyond 45, they don't expect their soldiers to be climbing coconut trees. So this is it is a sui generis, Your Honor.
Okay.
So what is more important is that the minimum requirements for us to serve the country is being provided for by the state, whether you're civil or you're military.
Yeah, pinoprovide yun ng state. Pero kung kumpara ko lang, Mr. Chair, no, nung pinag-usapan natin yung lowering of retirement age of government employees, kasi author ka rin doon, Mr. Chair. Ibabalik ko lang sa inyo yung argument na when we are proposing for a lowering of optional retirement age of our civilian employees from 60 to 56, sasabihin sa atin ng GSIS, no, ayaw namin yan, baka bumaba ang actuarial age. So, actuarial fund, actuarial life ng GSIS. So, mabababa yan ng 7 years, sa computation nila, 9 years, 14 years. So, have you computed din po yung actuarial life ng halimbawang bubuin ninyong trust fund kung sakaling ganyan yung mangyayari? Kasi graduate ako ng 21 or 22 plus 20, so 42. So, ang difference ng 42 sa 57 ay 15 years. So, sa tingin niyo po ba, have you computed actuarial life, halimbawa, hypothetically, nung trust fund na bubuin natin? Meron po ba kayong ganong computation?
Yes, mga 2058 po, self-sustaining na siya.
In 2058?
Correct, ma'am.
Self-sustaining na siya?
Opo,
In spite of the indexation?
Yes, ma'am.
Well,
I'm sorry, that's GSIS.
Kasi tignan mo lang ang GSIS, di ba? Ang GSIS, 4 years lang ang ibinaba. Sasabihin nila, actuarial life natin ay bababa na ng ganitong 5 years, 10 years.
Your Honor, for new entrants, since they will start paying immediately, plus the government will contribute 12%. And therefore, Your Honor, it is self-sustaining on the very first year.
Yes, regardless. Ganon din naman ang mga civilian employees. Nag-serve na halimbawa sila ng 35 years. They've been paying for their life, for their 35 years ng pension, di ba? Or ng contribution sa GSIS.
Yes, Your Honor. The GSIS is at 2058, your fund life. For this one, it's about 2060.
2058, yung sinasabi nating lowering of retirement age ng from 60 to 56?
nitong ASAP
2050.
GSIS.
So tinatanong ko po yung fund life, ay ibig sabihin,
Ang dami kasi
yung
pwede natin gaming
hypothetical,
metrics.
yung fund life nung magiging trust fund natin dito kasi magkakaroon ng trust funds, di ba? Have you computed, halimbawa po, yung magiging fund life po ng trust fund? Kung ganun yung magiging computation natin, o 20 years,
That's right, Your Honor. Number one, this fund will be self-sustaining for the new entrants from day one. So in terms of the fund life, I think their estimate is ang layo kasi, pati ako magko-question eh. Nakalagay po sa kanila 2074.
well, I don't think it's
Yes,
self-sustaining.
I will agree with you.
Dahil nga doon sa indexation.
Correct, Your
Sa
Honor.
civilian authority nga, average of 36 months. Di
Your
ba, ang
Honor,
computation?
under the proposal, new entrants will no longer be indexed.
Will be not indexation.
Correct, Your Honor. There will be amendments that will be introduced at the proper time.
Okay. O, tignan po
So in
natin.
short, all active members right now and existing retirees, they will remain indexed.
Okay. Okay. So, next is Mr. Speaker, on the fund na lang. Military and Uniform Personnel Trust Fund. There is two kinds of trust fund here, the AFP Trust Fund and the Uniform Personnel Services Trust Fund. So, can you differentiate the two trust fund, Mr. Speaker?
Basically, they will have the same manager. Basically, however, the AFP has a separate trust fund because they are loaded with assets, and therefore they can inject these assets into that trust fund at a certain point. And the non-AFP, basically BFP, PMP, and all the other which are non-military will have their own separate trust fund. The difference between the two is that the AFP intends to inject the huge assets that they have accumulated over time into the fund.
Sa kanila po ba yun o sa
It belongs to the people, Your Honor. But
Yes, it belongs to the people. Hindi ito pag-aari ng AFP.
Tama po kayo.
Para po ito sa mga Filipino people as a whole. So bakit sinasabi natin na pag nagbenta sila ng mga assets nila, so dapat belongs to the people po ito. Kasi hindi ko lang po maintindihan, Mr. Speaker, Armed Forces of the... Kasi parang parehas lang naman yung definition. So gusto ko lang malaman yung pagkakaiba. So ano pong pondo yung papasok dito sa letter A, yung AFP Trust Fund at saka yung Uniform Personnel Services Trust Fund. So papasok po ba dito yung contribution ng new entrant? So saan po papasok dito yung sinasabi
Separate
yung
po.
properties?
Yung sa PNP, doon sa Uniform Personnel Trust Fund, yung galing po sa Navy, doon po sa AFP Trust Fund. So merong posibilidad po na humaba yung fund
Pero
life
bakit niyo
at
po,
mapabilis po yung kanilang sustainability.
so bakit po pinag-iba pa?
Your Honor, there were 22 consultations conducted nationwide among all the camps and all the others. And there was a clamor generally that the AFP should have its own and for the non-AFP to have a separate trust fund. And to me, as an economist, of course, I disagreed. But Your Honor, I have to respect because at the end of the day, they will have the same manager anyway, and those two funds can be commingled anyway. So in other words, Your Honor, the rates of return of both funds could be the same, most likely would be the same. The only difference, Your Honor, is that the AFP have assets that they could inject into their AFP trust fund, Your Honor. That's the only
So
difference, Your
kung
Honor.
halimbawa po, Mr. Speaker, na-utilize na lahat ng mga assets ng AFP.
Opo.
At ito ay na ano na lahat, nagamit na rin lahat doon sa retirement and pension benefit. So what would happen to that? So ganun ba kahaba na magagamit itong mga properties and assets ng AFP na gagamitin natin sa pension and retirement?
Yes, Your Honor. Yung preference naman po, although it's not legislated, although we can legislate it, it's not to sell but to lease, so that the rentals will be used essentially to improve the reserves of the fund and therefore lengthen their actual reserve. But I could see the scenario, Your Honor, that they will have the same return because they will have the same manager.
Kumbaga, Mr. Speaker, parang magkaibang passbook lang to.
Opo, tama
Sa
po.
ano sa simpleng sa simpleng in layman's word. Okay, so ito po bang magma-manage ng trust fund ay sa GSIS just like yung una nating
Ilinalagak po natin yung management ng trust fund sa Bureau of Treasury. Kasi kilala naman po sa buong mundo ang Pilipinas, lalo na ating Bureau of Treasury, sa magaling na pagpapalakad at nakaka-invest at nakakapangutang na mura. Pero yung benefits administration, nilalagak po natin sa GSIS.
Okay, GSIS po yung ano no?
Benefits.
GSIS po yung mangangalaga dito sa trust fund, both the trust
Yes.
fund. Yung sa AFP at sa Uniform Personnel Services
Correct.
Trust Fund. Okay. Next, Sir Speaker. Ito naman pong so ang itatanong ko lang po ay yung tungkol doon sa capitalization. So, itong capitalization, the sum as may be necessary to capitalize and sustain the fund as determined by the committee shall be appropriated and released to the MUP Trust Fund. So ano po yung tinutukoy nating capitalization po? Saan po ito manggagaling, itong capitalization?
Actually, we don't need that. I will accept an amendment to delete that.
I-delete niyo po ito later?
Yes.
Kasi
They
naguguluhan
don't
po ako
need
dito sa
anything
capitalization.
because the fund will essentially be financed. Pero pag nag-create ka po ng korporasyon kasi ma'am, like a fund which will become a corporation essentially, will have its own corporate character, then you have an initial capitalization. I think in that sense we might need that it becomes handy and convenient. Lalong-lalo na kung isaksak ng AFP agad yung fourth aguinaldo. So, ano ilalagay natin doon sa kabila para magbalanse yung balance sheet? Doon sa kabila, land worth 300 billion. So what will be the liability side? Of course, it's equity. So yun ang magiging capital. In short, Your Honor, although I don't see any need for initial capitalization coming from the GAA.
Yun po yung next tanong ko. Yung capitalization ba, mga galing ito doon
Hindi.
sa GAA? Or yung sinasabi niyo po na yung mga assets ng AFP na pwedeng i-lease or pwedeng ibenta. So yun po ba yung tinutukoy nyo na capitalization?
Hindi nga ho namin makita agad na ipapasok ng AFP yung kanilang mga assets. It may take time, Your Honor. Verification, validation, as well as, of course, the terms of references. But, Your Honor, we are putting the capitalization to the extent that any corporate entity needs a capital base to start with. But in terms of a reliance on the national expenditure or the General Appropriations Act, there will be none, except for those MUPs that will get their pension. But for the new entrants, Your Honor, no.
Yes, tama po yun, ano, baka makagulo pa ito, no, kung kukuha pa ito sa GAA if
Hindi na
if
po.
this provision is present here. Okay, yung mandatory contribution po, no, sinasabi dito, new entrants, ayun na nga, 9% of their personal share, 12% po sa government. Pero dito sa number 2, military and uniformed personnel in active service, for the first 3 years after the effectivity of this act, military and uniformed personnel shall contribute 5% of their monthly compensation as personal share, and the national government will provide 16% of its share.
Your Honor, the ad hoc committee on MUP in various meetings have decided to delete that contribution. Because, Your Honor, the fiscal implication is that we might need, especially for 2024, now the budget ceiling has already been established constitutionally, and therefore you cannot move it, then it might require the displacement of other important social expenditure of up to a minimum of at least 51 billion or a high of 97 billion in terms of the contribution. Yung government counterpart funding po ay malaki, and it can be fiscally displacing, Your Honor. So we decided, saan naman po mapupunta yun in any way? Kasi it's a right pocket to left pocket, but it just goes to a fund. But eventually, you have to pay for it. It comes from the government, and it displaces current expenditures. So we deemed it wise that to limit the contribution only to the new entrants, because we will have a very fresh fund, a fresh start for a pension fund. So tinanggal po namin yan kasi yung 5% na manggagaling sa mga active personnel, anong tatawag natin dun? Ang tatawag natin dun is financial contribution to national government GAA. Virtually, they're just financing our budget. So, which is not in the purview of the entire reform. And number 2, because we may have to shell up to 97 billion as our counterpart fund for the incumbent or the active personnel of almost 468,000. 468,000. Yan po. Kasi 5 and 16. So, yung pension, saan natin uhugutin taon-taon, so it will just become a fiscal burden on our annual operating expenditures. So, at the appropriate time, Your Honor, it will be deleted.
Well, tinitingnan ko din po, no, yung pagbabalance natin on the active. Kasi kung wala silang contribution at all, yung kanilang retirement and pension, manggagaling talaga yon lahat
Sa atin.
sa ating GAA. Di ba? Yung active.
Pero yung
mga
16% galing din naman sa atin.
active na personnel, active personnel. At least meron silang contribution na,
So,
na 5%.
I guess, Your Honor,
7%. Ayaw nyo ba yun? Meron din silang nagko-contribute din sila kahit papaano, hindi yung lahat libre o hindi lahat from the GAA.
kaso,
yung mga
Your Honor, wala
active
akong
natin,
pension na wala
active
ang
personnel.
employer, walang contribution. So, kung papayag po kayo na bawasan natin ang 2024 budget by 97 billion as our counterpart contribution to their 5%, then let's go and take it. But I think it is not in the collective wisdom and doesn't make economic sense because it is essentially a left pocket to right pocket operation.
Well, at nandoon pa rin talaga yung at kahit na anong gawin natin, Mr. Speaker, doon pa rin yung kumbaga bigger bigger fat, yung indexation. Doon pa rin talaga yon kahit na anong gawin natin. Unlike sa sinabi nyo, yung mga new entrants, hindi na sila indexation.
Hindi na po.
So katulad na rin ng government, civilian
In other words, the
civilian
MUP
employees
trust,
na AMC for the last 3 years.
Parang, definitely, Your Honor,
Pero hindi nakalagay dito yon.
30 years from now, it will look like GSIS.
Kasi Mr. Chair, yung sinasabi yung new entrants ay hindi na siya magiging indexation.
Correct.
But it is nowhere in the
Right
the
now,
bill.
if you move to approve this and we approve it and you say that you are proposing an amendment, I will accept it, Your Honor. Would you like to propose, would you like to go into a period of amendment and make those two amendments so I can accept them?
Ang gusto ko lang talaga matanggal, Mr. Chair, ay yung
Yes,
indexation.
definitely it's not there anymore.
Okay. So, yung additional sources of funding, Mr. Chair, nakalagay dito yung unprogrammed MUP trust funds may be augmented from the unprogrammed appropriations and proceeds derived from the lease, joint development, auction of development rights, or disposition of government properties identified for the purpose, investment income from the MUP trust fund. So sinasabi po ba natin dito, Mr. Speaker, na pwede rin nating pwede rin itong ipautang for
Hindi.
additional funds for MUP pension?
Hindi naman pangutang, kundi
Invest?
ipangutang, you mean, Your Honor?
Yeah.
O ipautang?
Pautang?
Hindi. Pwede po as an investment of the fund, yes.
Or pwedeng umutang?
Pwede rin umutang, but it's subject to investment criteria, Your Honor, like leveraging. Halimbawa, may magandang business opportunity, hindi kaya ng pondo, kailangan 14 billion, pero para kumita ka ng 4 billion, kailangan mo ng 14, 7 lang po yung kapital mo, pwede po siya mangutang based po sa MUP Trust Fund Committee po. So, pero yung nabanggit niyo pong portion, I'm very willing to have that deleted as well. If it is a source of discomfort to Your Honor. Because we don't need that actually.
Okay. Thank you po. How about this, government guarantee on Section 18? The government of the Republic of the Philippines hereby guarantees the fulfillment of the obligation of MUP Trust Fund to its member when they fall due. So, ano pong ibig sabihin nun? Kapag nagkaroon ng problema doon sa trust fund, popondohan pa rin niya ng ating GAA.
It's a pari passu condition, Your Honor, for all pension funds for the government, for all public institutions. So, it also allows the fund to borrow cheaply if it needs to, leverage its operations. So in other words, Your Honors, the advantages of a government guarantee is not only for the security of the pension of our new entrants, but it's also necessary to make the fund have an advantage in the market, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you po, no? So, well, ito naman pong panukalang batas na ito, may positive siya sa tingin ko dahil may ko-contribute. Ang negative, yung indexation, yung pagdadagdag ng rider ng after 10 years, may 3% na salary increase, etc. But still, even if it will be passed this year or this month, mag-guaranteed pa rin na makakakuha pa rin ng ng malaking chunk doon sa ating GAA, doon sa budget ng ating gobyerno, itong MUP retirement and pension. So yun na lang po, Mr. Chair. Thank you, distinguished.
Salamat at nakatipid po ang gobyerno ng 24 billion kung may pasa po natin to. Makakatipid po tayo ng 24 billion next year. 14 billion from salaries and 10 billion from pensions.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the next member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor is the lady from the Gabriela Party List, the Honorable Arlene D. Brosas. I move that we recognize her for her interpellation.
Honorable Brosas is recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Will the sponsor yield to a few questions?
Kailan pa ako tumanggi? Basta konti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hinggil po sa kasalukuyang fiscal burden mula sa MUP pension. Tawag ko talaga burden no? Hindi ko pa nga ano. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, para sa kaalaman po ng publiko, gusto lang natin itanong, tama bang sabihin na sa kasalukuyang sistema ng pension para sa military and uniform personnel, wala kahit sentimong contribution ng mga sundalo at police? Mr. Speaker.
In financial terms, I will probably have to agree.
Agree.
But in terms of the definition of military and uniformed service in the Constitution, they also have contribution to nation building.
Tanong po natin kahit sentimong contribution mula
Nga
sa
pala,
sundalo at
sentimo,
police,
wala po.
Okay. Tama rin po bang sabihin na may automatically indexed
Tama
ang
po.
pension ng mga retiradong pulis at militar sa base pay ng active personnel?
Tama po.
Ibig sabihin ba ay tataas din ang pension ng MUP kapag may increase sa base pay?
Tama po.
Given such features of the current MUP pension, is it correct to say that it is the only pension in the world wherein there is zero contribution from the pensioner and is automatically indexed? Sa buong mundo, Mr. Speaker.
In features. Hindi naman po. Sa UK, no contribution. China, no contribution. So hindi po siya unique.
Mr. Speaker, sa UK at China na example, Mr. Speaker, kasi ang tanong ko po, walang katulad sa buong mundo ang pension system ng militar at pulis at iba pang uniform personnel dito sa Pilipinas. Tayo kasi yung buong-buong pumapasan ng kanilang pensyon, buong pinupondohan ng mamamayan ito, Mr. Speaker. Ganun
May I
din ba ang
just share
UK
with
at
you?
China?
Your Honor, in Malaysia, none. Myanmar, none. Singapore, none. Thailand, 3. Vietnam, 8. Brunei, none. Cambodia, none. Laos, 8. China, none. India, none. And the US is voluntary.
So, Mr. Speaker, lahat sila meron.
Wala akong share. Ibig sabihin, it's fully funded by the government.
Lahat po ng binanggit ninyo,
Yes
fully
po.
funded by the government.
Opo.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, magkano naman sa ngayon ang average monthly MUP pension?
Around 40,000, Your Honor, if it's the average.
40,000, Mr. Speaker, lumalabas sa datos na nasa 4,528 lang ang average pension ng SSS contributors. Tama po ba?
Tama, 4,400.
Kasi karamihan ay mga manggagawa.
Tama po.
Mr. Speaker, partida pa ito dahil may contribution ng mga manggagawa at employer, di ba? Manggagawa at employer sa
Tama
SSS. Yung sa mga sundalo at pulis, wala kahit isang sentimong kontribusyon.
Tama po.
Pero ang laki ng pension.
As I said, Your Honor, it's arise from laws that were legislated by Congress. And those laws have constitutional basis.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, kino-compare lang natin
Opo.
kung paano ba, di ba, Mr. Speaker?
Defensive ako masyado.
Nauna ka sa tanong ko, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the sponsor agree that during the Duterte administration, the pension funding requirements started to balloon
Correct.
due to the doubling of salaries of police and military personnel? Nung dinoble na, nung panahon ni Duterte, itong saka talagang
Actually, mas malala si Ramos kung babalikan niyo po.
Actually, si Ramos nag-institute ng current pension system, fully funded by the national government. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Sa kanya. Pero sa
Pero
Duterte
pati
time,
yung pag-increase po, mas malala po siya.
sa Duterte time,
Kasi takot sa kudeta.
ano po?
Natakot sa kudeta.
Natakot sa politika.
Oo. Eh, bakit mo pa? Paano mo pa i-explain?
Bakit natakot, Mr. Speaker? Bakit
Kasi
natakot
tad-tad
sa
ng kudeta nung panahon ni Cory. At least isa konteksto natin kung bakit ganun po ang mga desisyon ng mga gobyerno.
Actually, kung comparison po, Mr. Speaker, no, kahit pwede nating ugatin sa Marcos Sr. para mas matakot tayo.
Opo.
It was implemented during the Marcos Sr., yung Retirement and Separation Benefit System, yung RSBS, via PD 1638, wherein ang uniform personnel were required to contribute and give the fund a steady cash flow. Ngayon, ano pong nangyari doon?
Well, may 44 billion pa sila. Well, I think there are enough case studies which I studied in AIM, which will pinpoint to the institutional weakness of that particular system, Your Honor. So, it collapsed.
Yes, in English mo lang, Mr. Speaker.
O, mas maganda
po.
po minsan eh.
It was grossly mismanaged, Mr. Speaker, di ba? Ang naging issue natin dyan, yung mga managers invested in risky assets like golf courses. So nagka-problema talaga nung panahon ng Marcos Sr. pa lang.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. And during the Duterte regime, sinayin ng Joint Resolution Number 1, doubling the salaries of military personnel, which in effect led to a bigger appropriation requirement to fund the MUP pension. Kaya po nandito tayo ngayon.
Yes, tama ka po. At sana samahan mo ko para maayos yun.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, prior to the Joint Resolution Number 1 signed by Duterte in 2018, MUP pension funding ranged from, tama po ba itong, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Speaker, 68.48 billion to 71.73 billion in 2017.
Tama po.
Now, with the doubling of salaries of the police and military, how much will the pension funding requirement be in 2030? 2030 po.
2030?
Yes.
Oh. Without this measure, without this bill.
Yes, prior to Joint Resolution Number 1.
May I ask for 1 minute suspension? I want to give her a correct answer.
Session suspended.
Hmm. 6.8 kasi yung average since year 2000. Kasi di ba 5 years wala. If you start from it. The answer, Your Honor, is 224.
One second, distinguished
yes,
sponsor.
I'm sorry.
Session is resumed.
It's 224 billion, assuming the average of 6.8%, which is the average increase from year 2000 to 2020.
So 224 billion.
Yes, from the current 132.
Ang laki, Mr. Speaker. Nakakalula to ha. Sa binanggit po na estimates, factored in ba, Mr. Speaker, ang proposed guaranteed salary increases for MUP?
Dito po sa 3%, dito sa base natin po ngayon, with only 3%, ang magiging babayarin lang ho natin sa 2030 is 168 billion.
168 billion?
Yes. Yeah, okay.
Ano pong binabanggit niyo 168 billion? Ito yung proposed guaranteed.
Ito na po yung bill natin.
Ito na yung
Opo, bill. Ito. Yung 3% for 10 years.
168. From 224 to 168 billion. Kasama na doon yung proposed guaranteed salary increases.
Hindi. Pension lang po yan.
So kapag isama po natin, magkano yung ano?
Yun na nga, pati. 1.06 times 7. $6.8 na ngayon. Okay, 6.7 to 6.8 ang AGAR from year 2000 to 20. Yes, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, kung ipagpapatuloy natin, assuming po yung 6.8%, aabot po ng 519 billion.
580?
19.
19 billion?
Opo, ang sweldo.
519 billion.
Opo, pero kung assume na po itong bill na to, aabot lang po ng 356 billion.
356 billion.
So habang tumatagal po, yung compounding effect, lalong lumalaki po yung diferensya kung without this bill and if we do nothing. If we do nothing and if we approve this bill.
Mr. Speaker, may data po ba tayo kung ilang porsyento ng pension funding ng AFP personnel halimbawa ang para sa cadet at junior officers?
Actually, they are very rank and file heavy, Your Honor. There are very few officers. It is one organization in the country which is really very steep hierarchy. So the base is very big. But I'm just trying to wait for the answer.
Ang gusto ko lang pong makita, magkano yung sa cadet and junior officers, tapos ilang porsyento yung share sa pension funding ng senior at flag officers.
Ibig sabihin yung pinakamababa, no? Kasi wala man tayong pensioner na kadete.
So wala yung kadete.
Wala
Tapos yung senior at flag officers.
Aminin ko po na it is disproportionately in favor of the higher ranks because the military organization is bottom heavy.
Yes, gusto po natin makita yan eh. Magkano yung pension fund?
Pwede ko bang ibigay kasi mukhang isang bagay na sinurpresa mo ko na itatanong mo pala. But I can give it tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning. Kung tomorrow morning
I will
na lang
wake you
tayo,
up with
Mr.
sweet
Speaker, ulit
news.
mag-usap. Kasi
That's
Mr.
pleasing to
Speaker,
your ears. Just give me... Okay, so we have this now. Hindi ang kailangan nila yung amount. I'll give you the profile of pensioners by rank as of 2023. So let's say, Your Honor, yung sa AFP, yung general, ang pensioner lang ay General ADM Admiral 134. Pero yung second lieutenant, ensign, LTG, JG, lieutenant junior grade is 24,000. So you can immediately see that it is really very bottom heavy.
Magkano po yun sa general?
Yun po ang kailangan namin computein. So we will compute for this 134 versus the 24,535, which is the lowest pensioner.
So yung sa lowest pensioner magkano, tapos yung sa highest magkano?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, we really have to derive the number. So I need a little time, more than 1 minute. But certainly your hunch is correct. Because of the cumulative impact of indexation.
Yun, Mr. Speaker, kanina kasi binanggit niya naman yung 519 billion since naghihintay pa tayo ng inyong sagot dyan, Mr. Speaker. Kung tinatayang aabot ng 500 billion by 2030, di ba napakalaki nito, Mr. Speaker? Mas malaki pa sa budget ng 3 o mahigit pang major regular agencies. This is a huge amount that could have been spent on direct social services and subsidies to vulnerable sectors, Mr. Speaker.
That's why we're capping it to 3%, Your Honor. Instead of 6.8%, which is the average increase.
Kaya para bumaba siya sa 168 billion, yan ba
Correct
yung sinasabi ninyo? But Mr. Speaker, malaki pa rin yung 168 billion.
But the average increase po for civil servants is also 6% per annum of the same period.
Hanggang kailan natin to, Mr. Speaker?
10-year po yung ating tinatawag na period of adjustment, Your Honor.
So,
Kumbaga, it's a social compact between the people represented by Congress and the military establishment to cap. Because since if you compute it from 1987 to 2022, the average increase is 12%.
10 years? So 10 years pang babalikatin natin ng
Nila,
rule?
dahil imbis na 6.8 ang makukuha nila, 3 na lang.
3%.
Yes.
But then, may appropriation pa rin talaga tayo hanggang ano?
Ito na po for PNP. Yung mga generals ay 1.128 billion. Pero lang general ba to?
1.18 billion?
Pero yung pinakamababa ay yung, this is out of 33 billion in pension. This is 346 generals of the PNP. Ilan yung? So, out of the 33 billion, for 300, how many? Marunong naman siya ako magbasa ng cue card.
Mr. Speaker, wag ka manghuhula, Mr. Speaker, ha? Kailangan kunin natin yung exact data na nandyan.
So, Your Honor, what is the additional data that you require?
Mr. Speaker, yung lowest
Yes, ilan ba lahat ng retirees sa ilalim?
and yung highest. Kung sa general, you're saying kanina 1.18 billion.
All right, Your Honor. Out of 56,660 PNP retirees, the generals are 653. And they account for 1.128 billion of the 33 billion in pensions.
Yung sa cadet po,
Wala mong kadit dun.
junior officers.
Yung
Wala.
pinaka-lowest daw, magkano?
Lowest niya.
Yung ano na lang po, yung mga general po, 198,000 ang average. Tapos yung mga ordinaryong police, 26,000.
26,000.
Correct.
Malayong discrepancy, Mr. Speaker.
Pinag-aaway mo kami, ha?
Hindi, sinasabi ko lang what is the fact, no? Totoo naman 119,000, tingnan mo yun, Mr. Speaker, 119,000, tapos 26,000 yung pinaka.
Well, you have to pay well.
Gaano karami yung 26,000, Mr. Speaker, again, na nagpe-pension niyan?
Asan na ba yun? Yung pinakamababa. Hindi. In other words, Your Honor, yung PLT pababa hanggang patrolman, hanggang anong patrolman mo to? Yes, so out of... Pero yung total pensioner is 56,000. I can give you a copy, Your Honor, of this breakdown, but I don't know how you wish to... but essentially, definitely, there are 654 at the top.
653 ang sabi mo.
Ay, 653. But it's out of the total of 56,660
Those are the
pensioners.
top generals, right?
That's correct. And they account for 1.1 billion of the total pension, totaling 33 billion.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Speaker, kunin ko na lang yung kopya, no?
Opo, papaandala po
Mr.
namin.
Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, punta tayo sa features ng MUP pension, ano? Sa panukalang MUP pension reform, 5% ang contribution rate ng active personnel para sa first 3 years.
Tinanggal na po namin yan.
Hindi. Ito na yung sinabi mo kanina na
Opo.
3. Tanggal to?
Opo. Kasi kung hindi, ang laki po ng mababawas sa pwede nating gastusin sa social services in 2024 para po dun sa counterpart funding ng national government para maabot yung 21%.
So wala na itong 5%, 7%
Wala na po.
to 9%. Anong mangyayari sa kanila?
Wala ko silang babayaran. So fresh start po talaga yung...
Wala in total?
Ano po?
Wala in total?
Alos gagastos tayo na 97 billion para dyan. Kung gusto natin pondohan po ng buo yung counterpart funding ng national government.
So wala nang contribution, ano?
Wala na rin contribution kasi kung magko-contribute sila, magka-counterpart tayo.
So ang share ng gobyerno wala na rin kasi gano'n.
Wala na rin
Buong
po.
buo na niya talaga.
So, hindi mo na, katulad halimbawa, makikita nyo po sa GAA, may contribution po yung government, nakalagay po yan sa bawat department, meron po nakalagay doon GSIS premium. So ngayon, wala akong ganun para po dito sa military uniform personnel.
Okay, so wala na itong panukala na
Wala.
totally. So paano ang magiging contribution ngayon?
New entrance lang,
Yung entrance. Yung entrance, magkano ang kanila?
9%.
9%. So, ibig sabihin, yung mga ngayon, sa kasalukuyan,
Wala.
hindi sila mag-ano. So, yung bagong-bago lang talaga papasok.
Opo.
Sa ganitong contribution schedule ng mga 9%, magkano po yung magiging appropriations of funding requirements sa unang 3 taon? Kung sakaling maisabatas ito.
1.3 billion?
1.3
3.
billion.
Opo.
How much financial resources will be freed up if this MUP pension reform is implemented?
For which part, Your Honor? For the annual counterpart of the government is only 1.3 for the 12%.
So, 1.3.
Opo. So basically, yung buong pension will still be shouldered by the government for the current pensioners and the future pensioner from the currently active personnel.
So talagang ganun nga, buong buo talaga, tayo pa rin ang...
Resulta po yan ng mga desisyon ng Kongreso ng mga panahon, Your Honor. At sumusunod din lang po talaga sa konstitusyon.
walang current contribution.
Wala po.
Ang meron lang ay active na papasok,
Opo,
Mr. Speaker.
new entrance.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, meron po, interestingly, no, Mr. Speaker, yung MUP Pension Reform Bill has also a provision hinggil sa guaranteed annual increase. Tama ba to? 3%
Opo, 3%.
annual increase in the base pay of active MUP for 10
Kasi
years.
ganito po yan, ma'am eh. Kung titingnan niyo po yung average nila since post-1986, it's 12%, more than 12%. If you use 12% at a certain point, the actual reserve deficiency will be 14 trillion. If you use the 6.8%, at 10%, it's 9.7 trillion. Yan po lagi yung naririnig nyo kay Secretary Jokno. Pero pag ginamit mo yung 5% na bababa po yan sa 5.5 trillion. Itong panukalong to, dahil sa 3%, bababa po siya sa 3.4 trillion. In fact, it is, uutangin natin yan. So, madi-displace po yung ibang priorities ng government. At the same time, of course, it poses certain risk to our ability to pursue other developmental goals of government. So, it is a social compact because the military has been getting 6.8% if you use 2000 to 2023, and that will essentially result to an actual reserve deficiency. So, pag ito ang gamitin natin, yung actual reserve deficiency bababa lang po sa 3.4 trillion.
Okay. Punta po tayo dun sa indexation,
Opo.
Sir Speaker. Tama rin bang sabihin na maintained ang automatic indexation sa proposed MUP?
Sa new entrance, wala na po.
Ha?
Sa new entrance, wala
Sa
na.
new entrance lang. Ngayon, kung may automatic indexation at may salary increase for 10 years, hindi kaya lolobo pa rin yung MUP pension funding?
Compared po sa 6.8% na average between year 2000 to 2023, hindi, mas mababa po. Nabanggit niyo na po kanina, na sa sweldo pa lang, imbis ng 519 billion by 2030, magiging 356 billion. So 160 billion ang natipid ng gobyerno dahil po sa compounding effect. Imbis na 6.8% ay 3% lang po. Pagdating naman po sa pension, kailangan ko ulit computein kung year 2030 po ang gagamitin natin. So basically, Your Honor, it is a way of controlling the growth in salaries and therefore control the growth in pensions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hindi siya tipid.
Tipid po siya kasi kung wala tayong gagawin, magbabayad ka ng 519 billion.
Dahil mas mataas yon. Pero Mr. Speaker, bayad pa rin tayo dito eh. Hindi siya tipid, Mr. Speaker. Sinasalo din natin yung pension nila ng buong buo.
Ito po yung salaries. Pero pagdating sa pension, paki-compute na. But they don't like baseline. They want aggregate versus aggregate. Can I ask for 1 minute suspension to answer that?
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr.
Session is resumed.
Okay, ulitin ko po, ma'am. Without this bill, the salaries will be 519 billion. With this bill, it will be 356. With this bill, the pension will only be 178 billion by 2030.
178, hindi 168. Kanina kasi ang sabi niyo sa akin,
252 billion, 252.76 billion kung walang bill na to. So there is pension and there is salaries.
okay. So, ang pension ay, how much again?
Come again?
Ang pension,
Pag pension po, kung may bill, 178. Kung may bill, kung walang bill, 252 billion.
252.
Kung walang bill, ang sweldo, 519. Kung may bill, 356 billion. So pag sinuma mo, malaki po ang sakripisyo.
ng taong bayan.
Sabi mo 2030 eh.
Yes, 2030.
On the year, these figures are flow figures. It refers only to expenditure during 2030.
So, Mr. Speaker, sa indexation ba tayo lang ang MUP lang ang merong indexation? Salary indexation?
Russia is based on inflation. So
Russia.
basically, yeah. Vietnam, virtually indexed to inflation. Laos is indexed to current salaries. That's why the new entrants will no longer be indexed, because Indonesia is not automatic, Malaysia 2% annual, Myanmar not automatic, Singapore not automatic, Thailand not automatic, Vietnam cost of living, Brunei not automatic, Cambodia not automatic, Laos salary, China not automatic, India not automatic, USA cost of living, Russia based on inflation or cost of living. So in short, Your Honor, most pension systems are not automatically indexed.
Not automatically indexed, Mr. Speaker.
Correct.
Kaya, Mr. Speaker, ito talaga yung tanong namin eh.
Yes.
Yes, di ba? Bakit isinama yung salary increase dito sa pension reform as a rider provision, Mr. Speaker?
Because, Your Honor, the only way to cap pension is to cap the salary growth.
Pero, Mr. Speaker, pwede mo talaga hiwalay yun.
Pwede po.
Mr.
Pero
Speaker.
aminin natin kung ano yung risk dito, Your Honor. Pag tinanggal mo yung indexation, we might have mass retirement ahead of the stop in indexation. So we wanted to minimize that risk, Your Honor. I'm sure our soldiers and our uniformed personnel are patriotic, Your Honor. But of course, they have to take care of their families and their future too. So in short, Your Honor, they would like a regime where they are still indexed. So if we stop the indexation right at the middle, then therefore we will have, as in the case of BGMP, when we started talking about this reform in 2021, from May 2021 to October 2021, and tons of documents in the ad hoc committee on MUP, there were at least 478 who retired from the BGMP. So the risk of early retirement is definitely real, Your Honor, and we don't want to deprive our people of their constitutional right of protection, especially from uniformed personnel.
Yan, Mr. Speaker, tons and tons of discussions, May, October,
Yes.
you're saying that, Mr. Speaker, pero hindi ba ma-question ito sa Korte Suprema? Dahil dalawang topic ito.
Dumaan na po ito, Madam,
Speaker.
Your Honor, dumaan po ito sa legal LRRB po natin, and we can provide you with the legal basis for
Yes,
the entire...
please, Mr. Speaker.
Bigay mo.
Can you give it?
We will provide it to you now.
Oo. Mr. Speaker, kasi dinoble na nga ang base pay ng pulis at militar, tapos meron pang guaranteed cumulative salary increases for 10 years. Ang mga manggagawa natin na nagpapaandar ng ekonomiya natin, barat pa rin ang arawang sahod. 40 pesos nga lang yung binigay nung nakaraan, Mr. Speaker.
Madam
Ayoko mag-compare, pero I can't help it, Mr. Speaker. Nasa 40 to 50 pesos lang ang aumento. Kinakaltasan pa sila ng SSS ng arawang sahod. Aren't we undoing the good intention of pension reform with this guaranteed salary increase for police and soldiers for 10 years, Mr. Speaker?
No, ma'am. The average wage increase is 4.7%. We are pegging their increase at only 3%. The average increase of civil servants is 6%. So, Your Honor, it is half. So, in short, Your Honor, if you look at secular trends, in fact, the original bill is really termed as a social compact between the state and its military. Because, Your Honor, they, of course, hindi natin may itatatwa na nagkaroon sila ng 12% increase dahil kay Duterte at saka kay Ramos. So lumubo talaga. Pero inaamin naman po nila na may, aside from doing their jobs or protecting the people, inaamin din nila na they have to contribute to nation building and to the economic well-being of the nation. So they accepted capping or guaranteeing their salaries to only 3% instead of the state risking the possibility of 12% per annum. So it's better to cap it at 3% per year for 10 years rather than risk a 6.8 or a 12%. So it's a policy choice, Your Honor.
Pero Mr. Speaker, grabe naman yung growth spending, pension spending natin. Pag makikita mo talaga kung paano, ang laki ng itataas niya o 2040, ganyan. Mr.
Opo.
Speaker, i-graph natin. Mr. Speaker, ganyan siya, kataas, di ba? 2040, ano yan, Mr. Speaker? Anyway, Mr.
Kung wala
Speaker,
yung bill, ipapakita ko rin sa iyo kung yung chart pag 3% lang.
Thank you.
Ako, binigyan mo pa ng ammunition to si Rosas. Huwag mo na muna basahin, bukas na lang, pwede ka naman mag-continuation. Joke.
Ito, yung constitutional issues.
Yes.
Oo, Mr. Speaker. Pero hindi nga, Mr. Speaker, it came up yung Supreme Court, if ever, kapag ganyan. Did it come up nung discussions?
Yes, Your Honor. It was first raised by Secretary of DND. And it's actually the converse of your question. In general, Your Honor, the answer is right there. In answer to the Secretary of DND, that's why we formulated the MUP pension reform bill precisely because of that constitutional issue.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, punta na ako doon sa next question ko. Ito naman po yung tungkol sa trust fund. Ano? Sa panukalang ito, lilikain ng dalawang trust funds, right? Supposedly for budgetary support sa MUP pension, tapos yung AFP Trust Fund at Uniform Personal Trust Fund. Paano po sa konkreto mag-aambag ang trust funds na ito sa MUP pension?
Yung new entrance lang po yan, ma'am. Yung AFP Trust Fund will have a possible advantage if the military assets, which is more heftier, vis-a-vis, of course, the newly created MUPs like PCG or BGMP or, so in short, Your Honor, they will have the same manager, they have the same benefits administrator, they essentially, I think, would have the same return, but the difference is that we wanted to capture the flexibility that is available from leasing military assets.
Mr. Speaker, speaking of mamaya i-question ko pa yun sa military assets. Pero what are the assurances that the mismanagement of the trust fund, kasi di ba coming from the history,
Yes.
sinabi na po natin yun kanina from the Marcos Senior history, no? what are the assurances that the mismanagement of the trust fund will not be repeated again, just like during the Marcos Sr.
For the sake of the
time? At
pension,
kung sakaling may losses sa trust fund, sa investments na nito, gobyerno ba ang
Yes.
magagarantiya, Mr. Speaker?
sagot po ng gobyerno. Pero ang garantiya ay dahil ito ay i-manage pa ng ating, ang ilalagak po yung pera sa Bureau of Treasury at kilala po sa buong mundo, historically, kung gaano po kagaling ang Bureau of Treasury ng Pilipinas.
Mr. Speaker, ano-anong mga garantiya? Kasi kanina you were saying yung mga military assets.
There is
Diba?
a possibility that the AFP may inject their assets, especially those assets.
Mr. Speaker, may we know kung ano yung mga assets na yun ng AFP-PNP?
Actually, Your Honor, yan po yung isang bagay na siguro na we will need to
Oo, kasi halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, Camp Aguinaldo ba yan? Camp Crame ba yan? Fort Bonifacio ba yan? Hindi pwede i-privatize yun, Mr. Speaker. Hindi rin yun pwedeng i-ano.
Your Honor, we will ask for the. We have been asking for the list.
So, kasi sabi niyo may guarantee. So,
Guarantee
ngayon
po
wala
is-
tayong specifics ng anong guarantee. Sa
sovereign
Bureau of
guarantee.
Treasury ang sinasabi ninyo?
Sovereign guarantee po with respect to the pensions of our military uniform pensioners. But with respect to the performance of the fund, Your Honor, it's simply because of the Trust Fund Committee and our institutions like the BTR, GSIS, who will have participation, plus of course, the first break would be, of course, the MUP Trust Fund Committee, Your Honor.
Ang tanong ko po kasi sa kapag may losses doon sa trust fund
Sagot ng gobyerno.
at sa investments, sabi nyo kanina, there are military assets. Tama ba?
No, that's not my answer. That's my answer why there are two funds.
Another topic kanina, tinanong din to ni, ni
Oh.
Kong Franz. So, yung ano-anong mga military assets ang target
Well, Your Honor,
for the proceeds of the trust funds? Meron bang ganon?
wala ho.
Wala. So,
Wala po.
meron po bang ganon na tina-target na ibenta for proceeds of the trust funds? Wala.
For the sake of the trust fund, Your Honor, their preference is to lease military assets.
Military assets.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I was asking for the military assets.
Yes, we're also asking them for the list of the military assets. But they're pretty well known, Your Honor, especially under those assets that are listed under the BCDA, for example. They're pretty well known, Your Honor. So that's why there are two.
Kasi I'm sure alam nila. I'm sure meron
Yes.
na silang details of that.
I can give you not an exhaustive list, Your Honor, and I'll just provide you with a list coming from the AFP. Dahil sila lang naman po ang gusto ng separate kasi may balak sila saksakan ng assets. The other, I know, are not asset-heavy
The
uniform personnel like
uniform
PCG,
personnel.
yes, PNP, very few assets.
AFP ang meron.
Yes,
So ano yung mga sa AFP?
I will, at a certain point, submit you with a not too exhaustive list of these assets.
So where is it now?
Can you accept a promise?
Mr. Speaker, nagde-discuss tayo dito open.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kung ano
I've already listed one, BCDA asset. There are still assets within the BCDA. That can
BCDA.
be injected, yes.
What else, Mr. Speaker, ang papwede?
Yung asset po ng RSBS, may natiran rin po na 44 billion. Yung sinabi mo kanina na nag-collapse na 5%. Kasi kung hindi yun nag-collapse, di sana mga nasa 500 billion na yun. Opo. Ganun po ang compounding. Kaya kailangan po talaga natin ng pension system from a fresh start. Because if you compound 3%, it results to 56 billion. If you compound at 6.8, you get 520 billion. That is the economic reality of compounding. So may natira pa naman pong 44 billion ng RSBS dun sa mga kinintribute po ng mga AFP.
Mr. Speaker, mukhang wala pa ba dyan yung listahan?
Wala pa po talaga.
Kaya,
Tumanda na po ako dito. Ang tagal ko nang iniintay yung listahan na yon. Since May 2021, Your Honor. Siguro dahil naririnig nila, baka mag-submit na sila.
Mr. Speaker, baka hintayin natin yan hanggang bukas, Mr. Speaker.
Ay, hindi ko kaya po yun dahil nagantay na po ako ng 4 na taon.
Oo, Mr. Speaker.
But of course, we
Give-
want the list to be correct,
give
accurate,
them the
and
list,
exhaustive.
oo.
Your Honor, I think
Since, Mr. Speaker, since hindi pa naman, may question pa po ako. Since hindi pa naman nabibigay.
bigyan kayo ng listahan niyo.
Oo.
Opo.
Isa pang question, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Iba din to. Mr. Speaker, sa ilang news stories, may mga amyendang inihapag si Defense Secretary
Tinanggap ko lahat.
Gilbert Chodoro
Opo.
sa MUP pension.
Opo.
Maaari ba naming malaman ano-ano ang mga inihapag na amyenda?
Yung contribution po ng active personnel, yung nandyan sa panukala na yung active, ngayon ginawa lang namin new entrance kasi nga wala naman tayo pang counterpart. So, mawawasak po yung budget natin ngayon. Kung magbibigay next 2024, may budget ceiling na tayo provided for by the Constitution which we cannot increase. So, ang laki po na mga madi-displace na social expenditures. Yung pangalawa po ay yung indexation. Dati po, ginawa namin 50% indexation. Pero ngayon, ang ginawa namin, okay, 100% indexation, but new entrants, no indexation. Para po ma-avoid po natin yung posibilidad ng early retirement ng mga kinakailangan nating talino at galing ng ating pong mga military and uniform personnel.
So, Mr. Speaker, sa bagong papasok, wala silang indexation.
At the appropriate time, yes, wala na po.
So, may papasok pang military niyan kasi wala na indexation.
Pero at least
Mr.
alam nila
Speaker.
yung sanctity ng kontrata.
Parang lugi sila doon sa ano.
Kasi itong mga to na tumanda na dyan, alam nila na pumasok sila sa militar, index sila pag nag-retire sila. So ngayon, yung gusto makahanap ng trabaho at alam nila, may kakayahan sila, alam na nila na wala ng indexation. So yun lang naman po, yun ang sanctity po ng contract between an employer called Republic of the Philippines and its employer called Private First Class. I want to enter your name into the records. Christian D, he's my staff. All I'm saying, ma'am, is that at least they know what they're getting into.
Grabe, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, so ibig sabihin, wala nang indexation, meron pa silang 9% na, tama ba yun?
Opo.
9%? It's a new
But it goes to them. It doesn't go anywhere.
Tapos, samantala, babalikatin natin yung mga continuing ngayon. Ano?
Tama po yan. Pero,
Tapos may indexation pa yung mga current.
opo,
Tapos you have these generals na
malalaki ang sweldo. Gawa natin po yun eh. Ayaw naman natin mawala, mapunta sa private sector yan. We don't want a weak military.
And Mr. Speaker, bago ko makalimutan, bigay niyo sa akin yung listahan.
Wala pa po
Hindi
ako
nabibigay yung listahan.
As I said, please accept a promise.
Mr. Speaker, hindi po pwede yun, Mr.
Oh,
Speaker.
Would you accept an old list given to us in 2021, but that's not exhaustive, Your Honor?
Mr. Speaker, sana po maibigay sa atin ngayon dito.
Oh yeah, I will try.
Listahan.
We will provide you with a tentative list we got in 2021 because we conducted hearings on this issue from May 2021 to October 2021, Your Honor. It
But
was one of the most...
dapat handa na sila kung listahan natin, Mr.
Yung
Speaker.
iba kasi naman, Your Honor, talaga hindi alam nila kung anong pag-aari nila eh. So, yung AFP, more or less, Your Honor, I can... Meron ba kayo listahan?
Then why put this here, Mr. Speaker?
Meron ka asan?
Mr. Speaker-
My COMSEC is Enna, and she will give it to you.
Mr. Speaker, dito, you said dalawa, no? Yung sa pinasok ni Defense Secretary Gilbert Chodoro. Yun lang yung dalawang. Meron pa ba siyang proposals?
Ano pa ba yung ibang proposal?
Yung first ay yung sinabi nyo sa...
Ito po yung sulat ko kay Secretary. Increasing the indexation of the military from 50 to 100%, limiting the mandatory contribution to new entrants at 9%, clarifying the line of succession for beneficiaries by redefining the term survivors in accordance with Presidential Decree 1638, increasing the period for the approval of the organizational structure and staffing pattern of the MVP Trust Fund Committee and its secretariat from 90 days to 120 days. And number 5, these are 5 requests of Secretary Chidoro. Submission of list of assets for disposition to the Department of Finance instead of the MUP Trust Fund Committee.
So, Mr. Speaker, included ba ito sa bill?
Yes.
Lahat ng sinabi niya?
At the appropriate time, Your Honor, Congressman
So-
Tupas and Congressman...
I-amend ninyo, Mr. Speaker.
If you want, Your Honor, you can propose.
So, Mr. Speaker, hindi ako magpo-propose. Ang kailangan ko lang ay malaman. So, i-amend
Yes.
ninyo batay doon sa mga
Yes. We accepted
proposal.
all the proposal of Secretary
All the proposals.
Chidoro.
Can I have a copy, Mr. Speaker, nung proposal?
I can write you the letter addressed to him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please, please.
And Mr. Speaker, yung list nung again.
We'll provide you with the entire list of amendments and the entire... Asan yung listahan ng assets? Meron kang USB? Yung USB na lang.
Mr. Speaker, wala ba yung tanong ko kanina on the military assets? The AFP said na pwedeng
Ay, yun nga po,
yan.
i-submit namin by
The
USB.
list. Okay. And yung...
Yung amendments?
Amendments.
Andito na po.
Okay. May tiwala po kay Ena.
Opo.
Bibigay niya yan. Mr. Speaker, as a last manifestation, Mr. Speaker, naniniwala po kami sa Gabriela Women's Party na panahon na para repasuhin at baguhin ang sistema ng pensyon para sa militar at pulis, lalo't papalubo ang pondong hinihigop nito mula sa kabanang bayan. Pondo na dapat sana'y napupunta sa direktang serbisyong panlipunan at tulong pinansyal sa ating mga kababayan, lalo sa tindi ng krisis ngayon. These are billions which could have gone to direct subsidies to our farmers. Wage subsidies for workers in small enterprises, and for funding requirements of the education and health sectors. Kung ang manggagawa ay nag-aambag para sa kanyang SSS pension mula sa kakarampot na sahod, higit na dapat mag-ambag ang kapulisan at kasundaluhan sa kanilang pensyon. However, we have reservations on the retention of the automatic indexation. Apparently po pala, ang mag-aambag lang ay newly entrants, di ba? And ang sasagutin pa rin ng gobyerno yung lahat at meron pa rin automatic indexation. And on the guaranteed annual salary increase for 10 years for MUP. Likewise, we have lingering questions on how this proposed pension reform will substantially unburden public coffers. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, in the proper time, we will register our vote on the proposed measure. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat sa ating sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8969.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the Senate have approved on third reading House Bill number 227 and Senate Bill number 2019, respectively, on instituting policies for the protection and welfare of caregivers. We have been informed that the Committee on Labor and Employment's sponsor of House Bill number 227, as well as the authors thereof, is in concurrence with the provisions of Senate Bill number 2019. With this information and in accordance with our rules, I move that we adopt Senate Bill number 2019 as an amendment to House Bill number 227.
There is a motion to adopt Senate Bill number 2019 as amendment to House Bill number 227. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill number 2019 is hereby adopted as an amendment to House Bill number 227. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our rules, I move that we recommit House Bill number 8938 under Committee Report number 721 to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we include additional co-authors to House Bill numbers 4641, 6933, 9015, 9021, and 9045, and House Resolution number 1277 as contained in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion of the Majority Leader is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn session until tomorrow, September 13,
Is there any objection?
2023, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Session is adjourned until tomorrow, September 13 at 3 p.m.
Uy, group photo daw, wala na yung mga ano.